All right, it is time for another speedrun stream in Valheim. Today we're running New Game Plus, Random Seed, Glitchless, all bosses. For a link to the rules and the leaderboards, check the link to the speedrun.com page in the description. Right now, first of all, we're probably going to get leaderboards for Hearth and Home soon, separate leaderboards, which means there's technically no record yet. So if we get a successful run, it's probably going to end up being world record at some point once we get the leaderboards up. And today we're going to be aiming for a sub 90-minute run. What's up, Caleb? Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. All right. New run. Let's go, guys. Hopefully my split button actually works today. It was being so weird yesterday. Thought I'd cause me to miss the stone there. Happens sometimes. Alright, not a super close seat there, but not too bad. We don't need the absolute best pace for every split for a sub 90. We just need to have enough time to get a last split, basically. Sub 90s are all just about consistency. Playing seeds out more. Well, that's not great. Oh. Unbelievable that this is the first Eekdeer spawn we get. Move, you idiot. Step down. Or let me on at least. So unlucky. I'm just resetting. So whenever Eekdeer spawns like inside something like that, Splish! Becomes completely RNG, like where exactly he ends up being. He's on top or literally inside it, then you're not gonna get fastest Eekdeer fight. And it's not cause for a reset 100% of the time, but in combination with the fact that it wasn't a very close spawn, means that this would have cost me about a minute longer than it needed to. So that's why I reset. What's up, Gavin? Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. I'm doing great, thanks. I've been great. Managed to start the stream earlier today because I finally got some sleep. So that's good. Gonna be doing a longer stream. Alright then. That's so much better. Spawn. Alright, perfect. Better start. Everyone's looking for Black Forest. I don't bring 10 wood with me on this run. Right now, at least. Have an extra inventory slot. It's really easy to get 10 wood, so... Should get a portal down at ASAP though. I'm pretty confident with doing like about a 7 or 8 hour stream. Should be able to get at least one sub 90 today, if not 2. Unless we get the absolute worst RNG. What's up, Fishy? Thanks for stopping by the stream. Hope you're doing good, dude. What? Random route just blocked me a bit. I'm great, thanks. Thanks for asking. I hope you're all good as well, dude. Cool. That's good. Looks like a good start, chat. Should be around 10 minutes or something. Sub 10 if we're lucky. The run's going good so far. absolutely nothing wrong with this at the minute. It is a tad little bit far, but no huge cause for concern. The only issue potentially with Elder being a bit far away is like, hopefully that doesn't mean all of our bosses are a bit further out, because you don't want to be too far to the edge of the map when you're looking for your last boss, because if you end up being so far out, there's lots of missed lands. It can make it hard to find the last boss, but it's all looking good so far. Swamp's kind of interesting, but you're very lucky if it is a good swamp, like if it actually has a crypt in it or something. Usually when swamps are like this, they do not have what you're looking for. Definitely good RNG to have a swamp next to Elder. That's true. But it ain't gonna be it. It's not gonna give us anything we need, so. Okay. And I got the bug where I'm stuck in the animation. split button's not working. Bruh. I'm definitely gonna have to figure out a solution to this split button. This pedal thing that I bought seems just so broken right now. I'm just gonna keep moving. This is honestly about far enough to start getting swamps. Obviously, we've already seen one swamp. It's just unfortunate that the swamp was landlocked, kind of. Whenever you get a swamp that's inland, it's almost never good. Here we go. This looks better. Waiting until we can eat some more blood pudding. Should be relatively soon. Right, this looks like a great swamp. There we go. So one thing about this food combination is the highest stamina combination, but blood pudding lasts a lot longer. And what that means is we want to wait until we can eat all of our food at once, instead of eating as soon as possible, so we can get the maximum stamina and HP. Alright, so I see 2 crypts so far. I see a tower, so we'll go for that first. See 3 crypts. Alright, we don't have what we're looking for there. 4 crypts, right? We check for early spawns in all these crypts. No, it's not better. Ice cream is better than onion soup. Onion soup's just cheaper. There's only something like 5 stamina difference, but obviously for a new game plus run, like, just go with the highest stamina. Onion soup is really cheap for how much stamina you get. Ice cream is actually only a little bit better stamina wise, but it is better. Alright, perfect. We've got bone mass close by here. That was a really good swamp segment. We're actually going to be on sub 38 ace basically. which is insane, but doesn't necessarily mean we're going to stay on that pace. Yep, it's definitely looking like new world record so far. The worst RNG is yet to come, though. I'm not getting super excited just yet. See if we get one cycle. Save a few seconds if we will. These Surtlings might prevent us if we get knocked back. Yeah, we're going to, because he's getting... Split one didn't work again. Oh my god, dude. We're going to because he just did the poison attack. That's why we got the one cycle there. No pushback on that. Right, we could eat right now. Sorry, we could use the health potion right now, but I'm not going to. Save those health potions for your gluth. Yeah, this is a great time. This is like sub 38 pace for sure. It's pretty much perfect scenario so far. What's up, Mika? Yeah, it is a great seed so far. We have portals so that if we find a boss that forces us to backtrack, we just portal. Because we're only really like we're basically playing for like sub 90s right now. Because sub 60s have just been like a huge grind. But you can still get like world record sub 38 with these strats. It's just less RNG, less resets. And we don't want this fog right now. So like if we just get boss that's over here, we can just use a portal to go back to the middle. If he's over here, we just port to the Elder. You know what I mean? We've got enough mats to place 4 portals. But like sometimes So like, first of all, it just makes you more consistent, right? Because you don't need to reset with as much bad RNG. So that's why it's going to enable us to get more sub 90 runs. And there is no successful run, and there is no world record post Hearth and Home, right? There we go. That's what we're looking for right there. Don't think it has a rune on it, but obviously we need to check. But anyway, like, sometimes just consistency is still the best way to even to get like sub 38s. Because you end up playing out seeds you wouldn't ordinarily play out. So that might, you know, who knows, like the late game RNG could be way better. Whereas if you strictly just playing for always everything moment to moment being the objective fastest everything, you are basically just you play until you get bad RNG and then you reset, you know what I mean? And like sometimes those resets, they could have potentially have been a good run still, but you're just getting so much time loss if you don't bring portals, right? But objectively, the fastest way to do everything is to, like, you don't bring portals, you bring a long ship, you bring Eekfear, because that's how you get the fastest everything. That's how you get the fastest moment-to-moment gameplay. But when you do that and you get some bad RNG, like just now we just got bad wind, right? It's like, well, you know, that's time loss that, and, you know, there's an argument to just reset, you know what I mean? If you get like bad headwind or something. Or like, if a boss does make you backtrack, you know, back over here or something, you would just reset, right? And you just reset till everything's perfect. That's how you get the fastest moment-to-moment gameplay. But doesn't necessarily mean it's always going to be the fastest run. It is more likely to be, because you are being faster, literally. But like, really, you can, it's just about getting really good RNG, right? Oh shit. That was because I used a Frosner. Are you fucking kidding me? We get double. Oh no, the fucking wave, dude. We get double Deskitos, just the time that happened to mess up my boat. That's unlucky. We're fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. God, dude. It would be much better to honestly just find a good mountain right now. I've got about 1,000 hours in Valheim. Oh, I'm dead. Oh god. I don't care about wasting stamina. We get the hell away from growth. Probably the worst thing we could actually get attacked by on a speedrun. They slow you down and they were one-shotters. Might just head to that mountain. The scariest mob. I mean, Desquitos. If you just get really bad RNG and there's 2 right next to each other or 3 right next to each other, it's just a dead run. If, you know, don't have your wits about you. It's probably not going to be a sub 38 anymore. For those kind of runs, one of the things that there's just no getting around reset wise is you kind of want to find either Yag himself or the Yag rune in the first planes that you check, really. And like, if you get a stone circle without a Yag rune on it as well, it's probably a reset if Yag isn't actually in that biome. Nice, Saki. My first casual playthrough was about 150 hours. Just did quite a lot of building and stuff. What's up, Thomas? Thanks for stopping by the stream. I did reply to your message on Patreon, by the way. Hope you're doing good, dude. What's up, Shorty? Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing good. You won't find bone mass anywhere around the spawn. If you want to find bone mass, you need to just build a boat and pick a direction and just sail in it until you see a swamp. You'll be able to tell a swamp when you get close enough back from the trees, first of all, and then also like from further away than that, before the trees render, you'll be able to see kind of like lots of little tiny islands, like sort of broken up land from a distance. Be able to spot a swamp. Bowmass doesn't spawn in the middle of the map. Only the first 2 bosses do. Basically, the further along you get with bosses, the later the boss, the further away from the middle you have to go. found every boss location. Nice. Yeah, sometimes the swamp RNG can just be rough. I appreciate Thomas being the hype man. Resin, hide, nails, wood. Yeah, my splits work. What do you mean? What's up, Bevo? Thanks for stopping by the stream. Hope you're doing good. My health on my home room, it took me 9 crypts to find a room in 2 swamps. I stumbled into you golf. But yeah. Yeah, the RNG be like that sometimes. Yeah, that is, well, maybe not quite 100 a day, but yeah, it's we are growing rapidly. That's true, Despot. It's pretty amazing. I literally had 30 subs before Valheim came out, so it's pretty incredible. I appreciate everyone's support very much. It's amazing. Especially all the people pledging to support the content on Patreon, because those guys, they're really like keeping the content alive. But yeah, it's amazing. Everyone's support on YouTube's been incredible. Oh god. And some bad mob RNG right there. We're gonna have to kill something here, most likely. Alright. Is that looks like a good structure, I think. Right, the modder room's inside. I can see the red glow from the outside on the back wall. Yoink. Alright, she's quite far away. But that's true, Despot. We spotted like 40 black bars. We can't make armor yet. Missing resource, I guess. Linen. You'll have to figure out linen. Oh. Hang on. Yeah, no, you can't make armor out of black metal. But yeah, for the next armor, you'll want to find linen. You'll see why. I can tell you if you want, but if you find your glove on the way, it'll be awesome. Thanks, Gavin. I appreciate that, dude. Have a great day. Chat is popping off today. I love it. You guys are nuts. Yeah, by the way, like, if we do find Yerk on the way, it's gonna be a great run still. You're all ears. Yeah, so you're gonna have to make linen. So you get linen. First of all, you're gonna have to raid fueling camps. And if you check the fueling camps for flax, you may have collected a load of flax already. Then you need to build. I think it's called a spinning wheel or something like that. Just needs some, I think it's just nails and fine wood to make that. And basically you put the flax inside that, and that processes it and turns it into linen. And the final armor set, padded armor, you actually make with iron and linen. There is no black metal armor set, unfortunately. I think it would be awesome if they had that, though, eventually. Well, padded armor is still really good, though. Yikes. What's my record for killing the 4th boss? I mean, I have world record for killing modder. It's like sub 10 minutes. I can't remember the exact time. But if you mean like actual 4th split in this run, I don't know. It doesn't really work like that. Best armor is linen. Exactly. It's all kind of hilarious, right? My PB for killing all the bosses is 38 minutes and 1 second. But the thing is, guys, all the talk of like world records and PBs and stuff at this point is like the leaderboards are just going to change like after Hearth and Home. Like the runs are just harder and potentially like slower in some cases after Hearth and Home. So it's not really a fair comparison. And the true answer is no one's really doing Hearth and Home runs except for me, I think. Not 100% know that, but it seems like that. So most likely the PBs and records are just, it's gonna be like whatever successful run we get. But there is a category for just killing individual bosses, and I do have the current world record for killing modder in the fastest time in New Game Plus. And it's sub 10 minutes. I can't remember the exact time. It's a pretty nuts time. Obviously, I can try and check. Maybe someone in chat can check. Probably shouldn't check whilst I'm doing a run. That is actually probably the best thing that you could have done. Congratulations, Aki. Like most people don't actually think of doing that, but yeah, like melee in modder is actually the fastest way to kill her. You shoot her when she's in the air, but when she lands, you just go and hit her. That is actually the best way to do it, so. Good job. Hide, root, wood, nails. Thanks, Fly. I really appreciate that, buddy. Glad you find it relaxing. I'll probably say my #1 goal is to make my content be like something nice and chill and relaxing, because that's what I really enjoy. So that's always amazing when people say stuff like that. Oh no. Oh, okay, we use this quickly. That's I was zoomed too far in there, really. Couldn't see anything. Hell yeah. What's up, Carmelo? Thanks for stuff on the stream. Hope you're doing good, buddy. This looks like a pretty good... You know something we should do here, chat? Oh, God. Oh, hang on. I see a stone circle over here. That's awesome, Aki. Oh, hell yeah. We could be looking at potential new PB and world record right here for Hearth and Home. Hell yeah, chat. Oh, God. Right, we have all the bosses. This should definitely be a sub 90 as long as I don't mess it up. Maybe even faster. Alright, it's going to take a little while to wrap this one up, but it should be a successful run as long as I don't mess up. And, you know, still getting used to the new strats post Hearth and Home, so hopefully we don't mess up. The Desquito should be distracted by those mobs. We are actually technically I only level up all the ones that are important to the run. We're on max level most skill. It just saves time. Like I don't bother leveling up like sneak and stuff like that, and spears, like stuff I don't use or unarmed. Now Hearth and Home completely changed how the whole food system works, and it completely rebalanced all the weapons as well. So like a lot of stuff got basically the tons of huge nerfs for food and weapons and skills and all kinds of stuff. It's a little bit slower in many ways, but also much harder in every way, essentially, for a speed run. Even for a casual run, the game's a little harder. Your Gluff also got a huge buff. In general, it's just made the game a little harder, but when it comes to these kind of new game plus runs, it is much more difficult, because you used to, because the way food used to work is you essentially got pretty similar amount of health as to stamina for any food. There didn't used to be food, health food and stamina food. It was just like food, you know what I mean? So you always had a lot of HP on these speedruns, and a lot of stamina. But now if you want a lot of stamina, you won't have a lot of food. But your Gluff in general just takes a lot longer to kill and stuff now. The way fire damage completely works, which is part of how like your Gluff just is harder now, because it used to be fire just did the same amount of DPS on you over and over again. So as long as you had decent armor value, you could tank it pretty easily with max armor and everything. But because the damage, the DPS increases over time now, you can't just stand in front of your Gluff, because you used to be able to kill your Gluff in like less than a minute easily. Okay. Alright, we need some eggs, bro. What's my favorite weapon against fuelings? Black metal sword. Or I actually like using frost arrows with the Draugr bow as well. I like to use black metal sword and frost arrows when I fight fuelings, because I like that the frost effect slows them down. So I find that's pretty good for crowd control situations. Honestly, the number one reason to do anything frost in this game is for the slowdown effect. It's not super meta or anything, but for just like regular survival playthroughs, definitely helps in some situations. Okay, one. Traversing this mountain without tasty meats kind of sucks. Amazingly though, it's still completely on track for a really good run here. Oh, that was terrible. What? Well, pretty depressing egg situation on this mountain, but I don't know. Should be alright, I think. Part of the situation is that we're just traversing it so slowly. Here we go. No, this is the one we got before. Damn it. Probably have to go further over there. Yeah, we are getting a little bit unlucky with the eggs. But I still believe. Sub 90 is like the realistic goal, obviously. Obviously being faster would be better, but most likely gonna be world record no matter what, because it's gonna end up in the new category. Plus, ultimately, my #1 goal is to entertain you guys. I release fun, relaxing YouTube videos. I really just want a successful run, so we can release it as a video. People to watch, because I know people like binge watching the runs. It's been a while since I uploaded a speedrun video that was actually a successful run. We just ran out of tasty meats. Basically, we always run out of tasty meats if we end up exploring multiple mountains. Just like, I don't know. You seem to just fly through stamina and stuff now in this game. What? How was that a miss? What? This isn't fair. I'm getting mobbed. Nighttime mountains, post hearth and home, really suck for these speedruns. Because we have such little HP. I don't think there's anything we can do here. Ugh. Painful. Now, it used to be that we liked nighttime mountains on New Game Plus runs because it made it easier to spot eggs. Still does make it easier to spot eggs, but definitely don't like nighttime mountains on these runs anymore. Oh yeah, one other thing that like I always forget to talk about when we're doing the mountain segment on these runs, post hearth and home, is they've tidied up the collisions of Drakes and of Modder herself. So you actually do have to be much more accurate than you used to. So that's why I miss a lot. I'm so used to the old collisions. My God. I just realized we're going to be doing your glut with no health potions. It might be better to try the underground strats if that's the case. I just hope for good. Like AI manipulation, essentially. I mean, I can... Like, I am the original super mod of the SRC page. Like, I could just add those leaderboards whenever I want. But I just... Like, first of all, I don't have to, but I feel obliged to discuss it with other moderators that are less active right now. But, like, still, they are supposed to be. It's supposed to be their jobs, right? So, I do... I want to basically have a successful run, so I have a good idea of what the runs are like post hearth and home before I discuss it with them, and hopefully they agreed on the same sort of changes to the leaderboards that I do, if you know what I mean. Just like, because I think that's the right thing to do. Like, I could have just added the new leaderboards for Hearth and Home as soon as it came out if I wanted to. But I personally feel that the right thing to do is to actually do the runs first. Educate yourself so you can make some good points when you talk about your proposed changes instead of, you know, talking out your arse, essentially, which is what some people do. Not naming any names, but, you know. You know how people are. So the only reason we have no leaderboards is just because we're Hearth and Home right now. Just because I've not done it yet. And I would like to have a successful run before I do. Yeah, I mean, the runs should really always come first. It's... I mean, I don't want to, like, talk shit about other speedrunners in any other games or anything specifically, but, like, it's really lame when people make it all about world records and all about leaderboards to the point where they're only doing stuff because there is leaderboards for it, and they're only running things because they can get world record for it. You know what I mean? When it's all just about that. But it's like, if you have an uncompetitive leaderboard, it's not really that much of a big deal anyway. You know what I mean? Like, I do this because I think it's a lot of fun. Oh, chat. The egg situation. Thanks, Gringador. It's really nice of you to say. Yeah. Egg situation is... I'm running out of ideas here, chat. But honestly, this... Blizzard isn't helping. But yeah, in terms of like growth and stuff, like we've been growing it essentially. Oh, yes. We've been growing at essentially the same rate since Valheim in reverse. Extremely consistently, which is just amazing. And it does seem like there is perhaps a little bit of a snowball effect on YouTube, like the more subs you get. More subs you have, the more subs you get, perhaps. I feel like it's been picking up since we got partner. Oh. Yeah. Thanks anyway, dude. I'm super happy with how things are going. And it's so fun doing this content and stuff. It's amazing. People enjoy it. Man, we really almost didn't get enough eggs. There's a huge mountain there really... Oh, no. There really is just like 3 eggs. The sketchy thing about this, right, is because we're so high up that basically Modder she'll only fly a certain altitude, right? So it means that because this mountain's so high up, she's really close to the ground when she's flying. And the reason that's an issue is because when she does a crazy ice attack, you're going to have less time to dodge it. Usually, before Hawk and Home, I used to just melee this fight, but we're really like... Okay, now we have to wait. Why does she just have to leave then when we just ran out of arrows? Come on, land. Well, like we have such low HP now, it's so sketchy. No, you can bring it whatever you want on a New Game Plus run. I typically bring 3 stacks of tasty mead, and currently bringing 2 stacks of stamina. Oh my god, are you kidding me, game? There we go. The collision for modder can be so bad. We need to make sure we have enough stamina left to dodge if we have to. No! Come land! Where needle arrows are the best arrows to use on modder, so that's what I used. You see, if we had those hits actually registered, he would have been dead. Those first hits. Oh god, that's not good. Why are you just in such an annoying spot, modder? Why? Oh my god. There we go. So like, if you can't get good hits on a body, pretty good tip is to actually go for her legs. Oh my god. Even her legs. This is like... It's like a slot designed. Right, let's try and jump on top of her instead. Oh god. This is like a spot designed for her to not take any damage. They do really need to fix the vertical collision detection. It is extremely bad. That spot is like the perfect spot for modder to abuse the frickin' vertical hit detection. What? I'm dead. Oh my god, we almost died. I'm dead. There's nothing I can do. Like, if she attacks like that and we don't have enough stamina, there's nothing we can do. No. I can't... Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to relog. Because it will fill my stamina bar up. Well, we might die here. We're still low HP and we're out of health potions. I'm dead. Oh my god. Just land again, please. Fucking terrible spot to land again, mother. Split! The split button is just broken, I'm telling you. Right, because we're out of health potions, guys. Oh, wait, no, this is the wrong one. Because we're out of health potions. Oh, fuck! Where's number 2 at? You know what just happened is we just got the bug. Where we named the portal, but then we went to the other. Well, looks like we're going from here. Alright, never mind. Well, we were wasting like a solid 5 minutes here at least, not more. Right. We could have traveled from here, but to be fair, it's not that much of a difference. It's just a few minutes. Probably not even a few minutes, actually. We have a portal there, right? There to there, compared to there to there. It's not... Might even only be a minute different, actually. Looking at it. So that what just happened was I named the portal the correct name, but there is also a portal with no name, and sometimes basically it can take a random amount of time to change the actual name of the portal. So when we went through it, it actually hadn't changed yet, and it's a bit of a bug where it's RNG basically how long it takes to change the name of a portal. Like, I've literally had it be like 6-ish seconds or more, or it can be like a second. So usually in that situation, I make sure I hang out for about 5 seconds or something before I go through the portal, and I guess I didn't. But anyway, because we're out of health potions, or so low health, it's honestly probably best to use the underground strats for your glove. So we want to collect some wood along the way as well. Portal Inception, exactly. Well, we could have just fought him normally and just like relog to remove the potion debuff so that we can keep reusing our health potions. Because actually, normally, if we didn't get such a bad mountain segment, Normally, I would have most of my potions left when we were fighting Yuggoth, but now we have 0. Because we had such a rough mountain, but it's okay. The only problem with this strat... digging strat is the best. I mean... Honestly, I've still not decided. Fighting him normally might actually be faster. So here's the thing. The digging strat is fast and very safe. But the problem is the AI manipulation of getting him to walk over to sort of your little trap that you set up for that strat. It's based very much on the actual kind of geography of the area. And depending on the kind of layout of your boss arena, your Gluth can kind of get stuck somewhere and not quite make it to your hole. So you have to jump out of the hole and then bait him towards you. And sometimes that whole process, you can end up wasting a solid 10 minutes, which is obviously just absolutely just unacceptable. So it's basically inconsistent because it's dependent on whether your Gluth, where he spawns and stuff. And you can get better at it to be more consistent. Still, fighting him is more consistent, which definitely could end up being faster. Probably is usually faster. But the thing is, if you get the best spawn location, the underground strats probably stand the chance of being the fastest way to do your Gluth now. As far as I can tell. It's just you kind of... You're at the whim of the geography of the area to hope that it actually works and you do kite him to your hole, if you know what I'm saying. The #1 best way you could actually do it is really, like, I don't know if we're going to end up doing it like this, but if you could actually dig the hole after you spawn him in, which is so sketchy. Yeah, this is a good run. Thanks, Doru. But yeah, like, it's something I might practice at some point. You know, digging the hole after you spawn him in. Because if you knew where he was going to spawn, you could potentially place your hole in a, like, closer to where he's actually going to be. And that probably is doable, but it's going to take some practice. Like, right now, I'm thinking I'm just going to play it safe because it's probably going to be the first successful Valheim speedrun after Hearth and Home ever. So I might not risk it with that strat. Where did you find the files to duplicate speedrun loadout and character? You have to do Windows R. That's not Windows R. You have to do Windows R. I can't do it to you right now. But you got to do Windows R and then you do %app data %. Then go to local low. And then you'll go to the Iron Gate folder. And then you'll find the files in there. There's a folder for characters. And a folder for worlds. You want the character one. And just copy and paste your character file to back it up somewhere else on your computer. And you just paste and replace the files back in there when you want to restore your character. Do a reset for a New Game Plus run. I can actually show you after this run. I just don't want to risk doing it right now. Go. Quick, go game. That's a pretty cool little spawn area for a Leviathan. Oh, that's awesome, Jangelo. God, that helped. The reason I'm not using a long ship right now is because we're basically using more of a sub 90-minute speedrun strats, which basically involves just doing things to make your runs more consistently fast rather than being faster moment to moment. And one of the things that I do for a sub 90 run, we've tested improving this loads of times, because I actually used to just play for sub 90s all the time, and we used to get so many successful sub 90 runs, and there is very few speedrunners that even have sub 90 runs. So like, it's a tested thing. And so the reason why I bring a carve is because the mats for carves are actually much lighter, which allows me the extra weight, which allows me to bring more portals, so that I can actually place 4 portals during the run that then allow me to port back to certain spots if we don't get the perfect boss alignment, to still get a fast run, even if it's not the best boss alignment. Also, usually, like, by the time you fight Modder, you won't have to drop your mats as well, like, usually, to collect the eggs. After this successful run, I'm requesting a Tribes of Midgard day. Hell yeah. I would love to do a Tribes of Midgard day. We'll definitely do that soon. I'll have to do a little bit of research into the runs, just to make sure the strats haven't changed, because I know they've created new leaderboards since a few major patches. But hell yeah, definitely going to do that. What is this island you're passing by? I don't know. Or any other challenges. I'm definitely going to do more Tribes of Midgard runs in the future. Oh, I forgot I'm out of arrows. Oh, we just switched in time. Oh, that's what he was talking about. Yeah, the Leviathan. Sorry, I didn't know what he meant, but yeah. I forget that there's still people that I need. No! No! Oh, God. It's painful. No! Fuck. Well, GG.
Sploosh.
That's why you need pole arm. Oh my God. That's a meme comment right there. All right. New one, let's go. Yeah, that's the second time in 2 days that we've had a really close run. We got plenty of time to do a lot of runs today, so. Sorry, we got some really bad RNG. I love it when people show up to like literally one of the best players in the world of any game on Twitch or YouTube ever. And they see that person die or something, and all of a sudden they think they're like way better and have a million things to add. It's hilarious. Sometimes I think in any video game, something that doesn't click with some people is like they watch somebody that is like really good at a certain game on YouTube. All right, 1 second. A split button, work. Yeah, like a lot of times something I think doesn't sink in for people is like when they watch anyone who's like the best player at some game on YouTube or something. Like you're just watching the highlights, the best bits. You know what I mean? Even if it's like some pro player of some crazy esports game, you know? You're just watching the best bits. Like if you actually watch their streams, you'll see that they still die all the time and stuff. Everybody does. What's the current world record for this? There isn't any post Hearth and Home, so it'll be whatever successful run we get will probably be the world record after Hearth and Home. Yeah, exactly, Jangelo. But yeah, really all that happened on that run is that we ran out of meats because it's a longer run anyway, and then we just got like a really bad mountain segment that made us check more than one mountain. So you just, you know, you're not like, you don't know what you're doing if you're not using those potions when you actually need them, you know? You got to use them. With the whole running out of things, it's like, it's just going to happen if it's not a fast run, right? Or not like the fastest run possible. You shouldn't be bringing like more than you need. Should be about right. And we would have had the perfect amount if it wasn't for that rough mountain segment. Like whenever we do these runs and these streams as well, like so often, what I think some people don't appreciate is that like I'm here to entertain you guys and hang out with my community. So I'm like, I read pretty much every message in the chat. I constantly talking to chat the whole time. And I don't have to do that. I just like to do that. I think it's fun. And I think my chat appreciates how much I talk to them. But like runs are a lot easier if you just don't read chat and just focus on the run. Like if let's put it like this. Like if my ego was as such, right, that I felt like everything I was as a person, or like in order to prove something about myself, I just had to get like a certain time or something all the time, then I would not bother reading chat, right? Because it would be more important to my ego to like just always play my best, to always just ignore the chat and focus on the run. But I would rather be like good at what I do gameplay wise, but be the best content creator I can be, than be the best runner that is a shit content creator to watch. You know what I mean? And first of all, new run, let's go. Just say that for the YouTube lol. But that you'll see that with like every speedrun game. The biggest content creators are never the #1 runner. They're always people that are like capable of a really good time and a top time. But they'll focus on doing good content. You know what I mean? We'll definitely eventually get 70 minutes. We might even be able to get we might even be able to beat the world record for the last major patch even eventually. It's just a matter of grinding it out. It's the pure RNG to get that. Yeah, the last mountain was brutal. I'm glad you appreciate the interaction. But you know, there isn't a single time in this game that I'm not capable of beating. I know that. It's just a matter of grinding, that's all. And I'm grinding, trying to be a good content creator, not like it doesn't bother me that much. Always having the best times and everything. Oh, this is actually. Oh, you know what? This is a reset. Splish. We don't bring wood with this loadout because we don't really need to. And we need the kind of the extra slots. But that eek there was over water, so. I appreciate that, Fly. Like by this point with Valheim, like I very rarely practice anything to do with speedruns off stream. Like I've done it so much and I've read all the categories and stuff. So like I'm only really playing when I'm streaming when it comes to speedrun stuff. Usually I will, if there is some new strat to experiment with or whatever, I will do that off stream sometimes, but like the way to if someone like isn't interested in content creation and they just want to beat people's times, all you do is just practice, man. You don't stream or anything. I would just sit in this room with the lights off, no camera, no nothing, no microphone. I would just record the gameplay footage and just constantly reset until I got the best RNG, and it would be easy. I've grinded for way harder things before in my life. For this game, some games are so optimized that there is way more to it than that. Oh my god, this split button is driving me nuts. I don't know what I'm going to do for that. But like, speedruns that do practice off stream are actually speedruns for other games. Because, you know, like, I would like to start speedrunning more games eventually. And I kind of feel like it's at least be good to have, like, be at the point where I can do a successful run before I start streaming it. That's felt like a good idea to me. But even that recently, like, I've considered just being like, does that even really need to be the case? Like, I was thinking about it recently, like some of the Resident Evil stuff I've been practicing off and on off stream. Like, I haven't had like good, like, I don't even have a PB and I haven't had successful runs in some of it yet. I could actually still stream it though. I started speedrunning this game after my first casual playthrough when, you know, I'm pretty sure no one else was speedrunning it when I started doing it originally, but, you know, let's just be generous and say they were. Like, I certainly wasn't aware of anyone else running it. I was terrible at the game, but it was just fun, you know? That's how we started doing Valheim run. You can always start doing runs for other games the same way, I guess. But my point was, I don't really practice Valheim speedrunning off stream anymore. So I don't really feel like I need to, unless it's to learn a new strat. Or to experiment with a new strat, which I do. But I do actually sometimes practice speedrunning other games, because I'm trying to kind of try games out, learn parts of the run to see how I feel. See if I could be like passionate about that too. Which one thing I will say, chat, is I will start posting polls on the YouTube channel soon. To get a bit of an idea of like what people feel about some of the ideas I have for the channel. Like, I'll probably do polls about like what kind of Valheim videos you want to see more of, and like whether I'll probably poll some people on whether they would like to see some runs of some other games I'm interested in speedrunning. This mountain's worth checking. But yeah, I'll 100% do some more Tribes to Midgard runs eventually. Just because of the Hearth and Home update with this, I've just been doing a lot of Valheim recently. But that's currently the only other game I can be a consistent speedrunner at. So definitely will be doing more of it. I've really been like had the urge to go back to learning the Minecraft speedrun recently. So what I will say is like I'm kind of from like running this and running Tribes of Midgard. The RNG that some runners don't like, I'm sort of addicted to. So like some of the games I've been learning aren't games filled with RNG. They're like more traditional speedrun games. But like I will say like any game that's like so much RNG kind of excites me a little bit more. This is super weird right now, chat. We've got a really good mountain. What the hell is that structure there? I don't think that's a good structure, is it? Or is it? Or it might be. Yeah, I think it is. Like the structures seem like so hidden. Kind of weird. All right. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this is better already, chat. Because you know how I was saying how we got a bad mountain? The main reason it was bad is because we had to, well, no, the mountain itself was just bad, but the main reason why we actually ran out of stuff was because we explored a pretty big mountain and it took too long to find what we're looking for, and then Modder's location was actually in a different mountain, right? But now we're only going to have to go up one mountain, so we're going to save so many potions here as long as it doesn't take too long to find eggs and whatnot. All right, so we're going to mark this location because I'm going to drop something. Be a bit careful here. Oh no! You telling me I wasn't sliding? No, we didn't slide. God damn it. This whole thing with like low HP because we're using stamina food is just
Sploosh.
so, oh, hang on. That's not right. So brutal. As its own fun, I think it's not as choreographed as games without RNG. True. More of an understanding of the overall system than set of moves. Yeah. I would agree with that. Personally, I just like do get bored of games where you do the same thing over and over again quite easily. So that's why that is like obviously an issue for learning speedruns and stuff. Sometimes I have to really love the game to not get sick of it. And there are some games that are the same every time that I do love enough to learn the run for. But can you suggest the next seed? No, because it's random. We're playing random seeds. But yeah, like just let's say just play normally, just games normally. I like games that are different every time in general. I find that they hold my attention for like hours at a time, if you know what I mean. And sometimes I would rather just play a game that is different every time again than play a new game that's the same every time. You know what I mean? There's something about it I find really satisfying and kind of addictive. Valheim definitely is that, but so is Tribes of Midgard. And so is Minecraft. You wanted to say, yeah. Unfortunately, that would still count as a set seed speedrun, so it wouldn't really be eligible for the speedrun category that I'm running right now. But maybe one day we can actually do that with people's names in chat just for the memes. I do like that idea. Alright, so he plays the pole down in case we have to come back in this direction. But yeah, Minecraft is also another game like that I feel that the same way about. It's just I haven't learned the Minecraft speedrun, and the Minecraft speedrun is so like optimized and there's so many strats now because it's been around for so long and the game has so many features that it's just going to take a while if I do decide to do that. You know, it's not something I've put a ton of time into, but like, and the way I've been learning it is to really just learn a set of strats to do one type of run consistently. But really what needs to happen is I learn all of the different strats so that you can adapt it. Like like that's how you get a competitive run in Minecraft, right? But it doesn't necessarily have to be a amazing time for me to start running it. It's not an add-on. I'm just using a piece of software called Live Split that speedrunners use to keep track of the times. It's not actually in my game or anything. I have just overlaid it using the stream software. But it's actually just opening a different window on a different PC. It's called Live Split. Someone asked a question. How long are the Minecraft runs on average? Well, you know, so like these kind of games with like Valheim with like that, like so much RNG and stuff. Again, it's like there isn't really an average time because obviously like one seed can take hours and one seed can take minutes, that kind of a thing. But as far as like competitive times, they're all like sub 15 minutes, I think, at this point. But like, you know, just being able to do like sub 20s is like pretty solid. Like I'm not an expert in Valheim in Minecraft speedrunning by any means, so. But like much like Valheim, like what is like an actually good run for someone to be able to do consistently is way different to what the world record time is. Because there's so much RNG. Just like with Valheim. Like if you want to learn, well, I mean now honestly it's really hard to say at this point in this game post Hearth and Home, but before Hearth and Home came out, I would always tell people if they're wanting to learn to do this run to basically just aim for sub 90s, because that is a pretty good sweet spot. Now, like honestly, I've not done enough runs to really say for sure anymore, because it's just harder across the board. But because like people would come in my chat all the time and say like talk like very big ball, and they would be like, yeah, like if I learn Valheim speedrunning, you know, I was like, probably wouldn't even bother with anything if it wasn't like sub 45 minutes, right? You know, and those people just quit because they can't do it, like, because it's not that simple. You know, like you wanna just like like here's how I started speedrunning. I was not a speedrunner before this game came out at all, guys. And how I started speedrunning was just set up splits like from the beginning. Like splits are really useful to have from the beginning. And I just focus on completing a run no matter how long it takes. My first runs was like 8 hours or something like that, you know what I mean? And you know, once you've got a successful run and you've got splits down for that run, just focus on trying to beat that time. That's it. You don't need to reset until if you can beat that time still, you know what I mean? And just do that over and over again, and eventually you'll get your PB down to a point where, like, yeah, to beat your PB anyway, you will have to start doing like resets and stuff like that, and just start trying to get better, if you know what I mean. It just naturally will happen. You get what I'm saying? Just by virtue of your PBs would be getting better, you know? I wouldn't, like, that is honestly how I would recommend anyone learn any speedrun, in my experience so far. To not really worry about the time. Just get any time, even if it's freaking hours longer than what you think is a good time, and just PB and PB. And then, you know, you'll get to a certain point where it's like, okay, well, it's pretty clear by this point that, you know, to beat that time, we now have to start doing X, Y, and Z. And it'll probably get to the point where it's like, you know, yeah, I'm going to start resetting in the first few seconds if the RNG isn't a certain way. It's definitely always better to compete against yourself, but the other aspect of it when it comes to speedruns is if you're like not playing every part of the game a lot. Oh god, we have to check that mountain, chat. It's too good. If you're not playing every part of the game a lot, if you're not doing that, then, well, you're just gonna not know what you're doing at the other parts of the game. Like if you're resetting in the early game over and over again, like I do, right? Then you're not going to be practicing fighting all the late game bosses or finding the late game bosses or whatever, you know what I mean? Kind of need, in the beginning when you're learning a speedrun, you need to just be playing every part of the game as much as possible, which means not really resetting for a while. But then it gets to the point where it's like, now I've done it all so much that it's like, well, you know, now it's fine. I kind reset early all the time because I've had the practice. I think I'm gonna just put a portal down here or something before we go to the Elder. Because you know, when like when I first started streaming these speedrun things, like people would like always like be screaming in the chat like reset, reset, reset. But those people don't know, they're not really successful runners or anything, or content creators. They don't know what they're talking about. Like I would explain like, yeah, but first of all, we could get really good RNG later in the run. Like if my time wasn't that good anyway, right? I would know there's certain RNG I was waiting for to see if it happened. So know your reset points. And second of all, it's like, yeah, but I need to practice this part of the game. Like if I reset, I'm never going to get good at the game if all I'm doing is resetting. But then once you are good at the game, obviously you need to do so many resets to be good. Not be good, but get like better times. Really good times. But for most games, you know, you want to put a lot of hours into the game before you get to that point. I mean, yeah, it's just like any speedrun game, whether it's randomly generated or not. You just, you have to learn your reset points, and you won't really know what your reset points are unless you do a lot of runs without resets. Like, personally, the way I approach learning Minecraft and learning Tribes of Midgard, which I think it's fair to say that for both, I'll probably, you know, even Tribes of Midgard would technically be a class as a top runner for it, because I think my last time was technically 15th place or something, and that, like, I can do better than that. But like, all I did for both games was, first of all, I just focused on playing the game normally. Like, just actually just figure the game out normally. Don't, like, not even timing it, you know, just play the game casually first. Like, make sure you're good at the game first. You need to be able to beat the game casually first. Then when you feel like, okay, I feel like I'm like pretty good at this point compared to like your average player, then start learning the speedrun, just timing it right from the beginning with splits right from the beginning. And like I said, no resets, basically. Just do no resets until you set a time, and then just try and beat that time, and then only reset on the runs if that. I would basically not do resets in the early days unless literally the clock has ran out to be over the time longer than my PB. Like, I wouldn't even really reset before that point. I would just play it out until the run is actually longer than my PB, and then just reset at that point. That's what I used to do. And it just, eventually you will get to the point where you have no other option than to start grinding it seriously to beat your PB. And I literally did that for Tribes of Midgard. I think I basically played the game for like a week straight, just trying to beat it normally. And as soon as I beat the game like normally, once or twice, I just started timing it, and then I PB'd a load of times, and then it got to the point where the PB was getting relatively close to like world record-ish times. Then, so it's like, well, now I know I definitely need to, you know, reset if I don't get certain RNG to beat that time. But there's been a lot of people that used to watch the stream that don't watch the stream anymore. that have said things about planning to speedrun that have actually started to do runs, and they just wanted to talk very big balls to me about the competitive times they wanted. And they just quit because they had the wrong approach. They were just going for that certain time right from the get-go. I just pressed the wrong button then. Oh my god, he fell all the way down there. That's annoying. But yeah, a healthy speedrun community for any game is a community where people are doing lots of uncompetitive runs all the time. That is legitimately the real answer. Because it's like a group of people that are actually just straight up passionate about the run and passionate about the game, that aren't concerned with competing necessarily. That is a healthy speedrun community. Like, if you think about it, like, if you go and browse the leaderboards on speedrun.com, my YouTube chat just crashed on my other PC for some reason. Yet they all have a lot of times. Like all the best games, the biggest and best communities have a lot of entries in the bottom end of the leaderboard. Yeah, don't know why YouTube chat crashed over there. You guys still read me on YouTube? You read me, chat? Yeah, okay. Nice. Alright, so let's see where this is. She could be close. Interesting. So this is back to what we're just talking about. Nice. Thanks, guys. Yeah, YouTube does just have a big delay for some reason. Just is YouTube. Oh my god. This plains is... Oh, I suppose this Elder was quite far away. That's not that crazy, but... Still. Pretty close to the middle. So this is another example of like, that would have been a reset, the modder being over there. If we were bringing portals and stuff. Swamps and fog is like some of the worst combinations. Come on, dude. I actually, you know, even before Hearth and Home, something I was thinking about, guys. I don't know what you guys think about this. But, like, all I really did with this game was, you know, I just tried to improve my time, get to the point, whatever. We got some world records and this, that, and the other. But, like, my PB, like, before Hearth and Home, got to the point where it's, like, so hard to beat, right? But what people used to really like, not used to, still really like about the YouTube channel is I've got a lot of successful speedruns on the channel that people like to go back and watch. And by trying to go for like better and better times all the time, we're now at this point where like it's normal for us to go weeks before I upload another successful speedrun. But it's just because we're getting better and because the speedruns are just getting better with the game. But even, oh god, even before Hearth and Home, I was thinking of like spending some time just doing sub 90 speedruns. And maybe even just focusing on just sub 90 runs more often than not. Actually, to just be able to consistently release speedrun videos on YouTube so you guys have more successful runs you can watch. Like, what do people think about that? Obviously, it's kind of weird right now because we don't have these leaderboards yet for Hearth and Home anyway. But like, so like we don't necessarily 100% know yet, like whether we're competing against anyone or not, because right, if we are getting new boards, we're probably not yet, so it's just whatever. But what I'm saying is, like, I've been going for faster and faster times, and we've accomplished some amazing things by doing that, but it does mean that I have been releasing less speedrun videos, and I get the impression from what people say that they just really like watching those speedrun videos still. So like, I could be releasing more speedrun videos if we're actually just willing to just go for more sub 90s. You know what I mean? Welcome back, Despot. The only reason I say this, chat, is because there is so much RNG involved in like any sub 1 hour New Game Plus run. Just like there's so much RNG involved in any like sub 10 hour freaking fresh character run. And like sometimes I can grind for like a week straight. We just don't get the RNG we're looking for. It just is what it is. If we find, by the way, another boss on the way, this is going to be looking like a really good run. Come on, game. Give us that good bone mass RNG. I did see a structure over here. Hell yeah, we've got a bone mass location here. That's good. And he's close. Valheim, your current favorite game? I don't know. Probably. I don't really I don't think we have one called 2, right? That should be right. This is looking really good, by the way, chat. But yeah, you know, like when I play games these days, I don't really think too hard about like how good is this game out of 10, or how good is this game compared to this game, or is this the best X type of game you've ever played, or anything like that. Like, I don't really think like that anymore. I just kind of like, I try and be in the moment and just enjoy it. You know what I mean? I just then try and enjoy myself. And if a game is fun for me in the moment, then I ask myself, what's the point in not playing this game? You know what I mean? And I still really enjoy Valheim, so. But right now, I'm only really, I'm basically, when it comes to games that I'm playing right now, I'm basically, I'm playing Valheim on stream. and off stream to make streams and videos, and I'm enjoying doing that a lot. And then I'm playing New World off stream just to relax, because that game to me is like the perfect kind of game to just relax to, if you know what I mean. Right now. Which Valheim's amazing for that too. It's just if I play Valheim even to just relax, like I'm gonna make content out of it. You know what I mean? But so, to me, like, different games, like, I feel like there's almost a game for every mood, a game for every occasion. Yeah, exactly, Janzolo. Like, probably, I suppose, like, if someone's asking, like, what my favorite game is, like, literally right this second, I would probably, like, it's only going to be between Valheim and New World, because those are the only games I'm playing at the minute. And that's kind of normal for me, though. I don't really necessarily play a ton of different games. But Valheim and Tribes of Midgard are two of the best games I've played in years. Which is why I wanted to speedrun them. New World is a slightly different type of thing. Like, I don't know, like, MMOs in general, we're talking about how good they are compared to like other games is always weird, because it's like a very specific type of thing. And to me, I don't even necessarily play a lot of MMOs, but I like games to relax to, where you can kind of just sort of wander around collecting a lot of stuff, you know, a little bit of like PvE and stuff, maybe like be able to craft and build some things and customize your character, and maybe very occasionally do a little bit of like PvP or something, but not necessarily. Like, I like games where I can just, if in terms of just pure relaxation, if I just want to relax, I'm not trying to make content, I'm not trying to do this, that, and the other. Like, to me, I like games that I actually don't necessarily have to think that much about. I can just kind of have a podcast on in the background or something, or a YouTube video or a stream, and just, you know, grind something, or like I said, just collect materials and do some crafting. Maybe like not really even that much action, and if there is like pretty mild action, like a little bit of a PvE, like I said. And if there's gonna be PvP, like if I'm just want to relax, I want the PvP to be pretty easy and not that skillful. And you know, like New World, it just is that for me right now. But like there's so many games that can fill that slot. I'll be honest, I throw trees right down right now in New World. That's hilarious. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. That's where it's at. For them chill vibes. That's what I mean. Like you're literally doing like exactly what I'm talking about. You have a stream on and you're just chopping trees down in New World. Like that is the ultimate relaxation session. Like I just took a day off, right, the other day. Technically a day and a half, because all I did was make a short the day before. And all I did was basically order Taco Bell and order Starbucks and sit at the computer, basically just chopping trees down and making things and doing quests in New World. That's all I did. And the whole time I was basically listening to podcasts and stuff, just relaxing or watching streams. Like, if we were gonna try and get super weird and objective about video games, what the absolute like best game you could spend your time playing, like yeah, sure, like I can see a ton of arguments for a million games before Valheim or New World, but that's I don't think like that anymore. It's just like about what's good for me in the moment. Just try and live in the moment and enjoy myself. Relax. This is a good run. You know, a long time ago, like a few years ago now, I used to have a video game podcast where I talked about video games all the time and talked about video game news all the time, like at least once a week, right? And it got to the point where I couldn't afford to pay for the hosting fees for the podcast at the time. It's like 80 quid a year or something. And one of the reasons that I was like okay with it, with stopping doing the podcast, is because I was like we talk like all, you know, we were just like every other video game podcast. We talk about the same news everyone else is talking about, or I might have a different perspective on it, but basically everyone talks about the same shit. And then it was like, yeah, we're constantly talking about games as if there's some kind of objective way to classify them, of like reviewing them or like trying to talk about game of the year or something, and this, that, and the other, like the best of this guy and that, the best of that. It's like, this is just a whole giant waste of time. Like, to me personally, it's like, it's meaningless. It's like, to me, to do that when it comes to video games is completely missing the point of what games are, which the clue is in the name. Sometimes I feel like people forget what the word game means. Like, it's just something you do just for fun, right? It shouldn't matter, really. Like, the only thing that should matter is, are you having fun? Cool. Good job, dude. Keep having fun. That should be the only thing that matters when it comes to video games. When it comes to if game developers or companies are doing the right thing or not. It should literally be about, are people having fun playing their game? They are? Well, I guess they're good at the job then, right? Things get so overcomplicated. People get so into games and stuff. I'm super into games, but I don't know, I just grew up a bit, I guess. I was like, none of these conversations. Oh god, no, dude. I didn't notice this golem. Oh my god. The fact that those were both misses is insane. The collision is nuts now. Like, there can be very interesting discussions to have about video games. But frankly, like, not enough to talk about them on a podcast for over an hour every week. Okay. I'm playing War Thunder. Nice death spot. Everyone does have their taste, that's for sure. What's up, Seth? Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing good, dude. We are actually on pace for a sub 60 now. It's just, you know. The thing is, guys, it's like it can take hours to find Yag, right? So this is perfect for a sub 90. This is literally perfect because we've got so much time. This, hopefully, again, as long as I don't die. Should be in the bag. Well, as long, I mean, it's not a guarantee. Your glove can really be that hard to find that it could take hours, but we've got a lot of time now. Yeah, super good time. Alright, we've got a stone circle here. We will watch out. I probably should talk to chat a little bit less when we're in planes. We want to wait until, in fact, I'm going to go this way. Don't want to go near that village, to be honest. I want to wait until I can eat my blood pudding. Shouldn't be too long away. This is a huge plains. Now, we did get a stone circle without the axe rune on it, but it's like does mean that he might not be here, but it's still worth searching this plains 'cause it's so big. Run. Do not get attacked by a growth. But it's easy to see how you could get like a sub 38 run or something to still beat previous major patches time, right? It's just like we got 41-47 split for modder. We weren't even trying to do that fight the fastest way possible necessarily. If we just out of sheer luck happen to walk into your Glorful on the way, I mean, it would have been an insane time. Yeah, this is a very big plains. Feel like I used to see plains like this all the time, but yeah, it's been a while. Oh god. I'm honestly considering basically porting back to the very middle. Let's go in the opposite direction completely. Because usually if you get in stone circles without a Yag rune, Yag's probably not very close. Then again, this plains is still so massive. We're so far away from circling it. We should probably stick to it. I mean, you can go into plains whenever you want, but it will be very hard to survive. You still got bronze gear. If you take a bone tower shield to block the Desquitos, maybe you'd be okay to explore a little bit. But you can always access any part of the game if you just travel to it. It's a record for the biggest plains of Valheim. It should be. Like extremely big, this plains. Oh, you had planes from the start. Pretty lucky. Alright, I'm going to just leave this place now. Doesn't feel right anymore. Yikes, that was close. No. Arrested buff is only worth getting if you've got no mead or you need to do something that requires a lot of stamina. When we're exploring the plains, all that matters is actually just being able to see far enough for them to spawn, which doesn't require us to have a lot of stamina. The best buff is Zeke there because it actually saves the most amount of time. And you can use it anytime you're on land. If I could add a buff to the game, it would be something that makes sure it actually increases your movement speed. Or it makes you fly. Like, sometimes it is worth getting rested buff, guys. Sometimes it isn't. But right now, it's not worth it yet. Oh, God. Like, so sometimes it feels like the developers just want to make the game worse all the time. I hate to talk negative like that, but it's true. It's like something that used to happen with these. The Desquitos just shouldn't be in the game, in my opinion. They're just very poorly designed, stupid. But one of the things that used to happen is that the way the AI cycle worked for Desquitos, if you just keep running, they do a little animation where they'll sort of like dip away for a second. So you used to just be able to sprint, keep sprinting, keep sprinting, keep sprinting, and then they do that weird animation, and that would give you the chance to like stop and change to a different weapon or whatever, you know. It doesn't work like that anymore. So they've essentially just made them a little bit more annoying for some reason. So literally the way it works, like, so you used to be able to, even if you was on 1 HP, if you had the skills and the knowledge, it was hard, but you actually could survive them by you know, just maneuvering correctly. Now you actually can't. It doesn't work like that anymore. There's so many situations now where, yeah, if your health's just like below a certain point and happen to be just multiple Desquitos, you're just dead. Like, you used to be able to at least do something. Uh-oh. Fucking... Oh, God. Look at this. Annoying bullshit. And he just came out of nowhere, and then there's two of them. Oh, my God.
Sploosh.
Why? It's dark. We got fucking fueling chasing us. And two Desquito spawns on a mountain, which requires us to expend stamina to traverse. Brutal RNG. What's up, Cookie? Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. Yeah, like I said, if you get two together like that, we're obviously like using stamina food because it's faster, but obviously we're running around with less than 100 HP the whole time, which means we're just instantly dead. So that's just bad RNG. Like, we just don't want that RNG to happen. All right, I'm gonna go and grab a cup of coffee in a second. But before I do that, I just want to remind you guys of all the ways that you can support the content financially, because that is, at the end of the day, what keeps the content alive. First of all, the #1 best way that you can support the content financially is actually over on Patreon at patreon.com/NickRawcliffe. The reason Patreon's the #1 best way to support the content is because you're pledging to do a monthly donation each month. So it provides me with regular monthly income, which is extremely hard to come by for a small content creator. And Patreon actually take less than 10%, and everyone else takes a lot more. So if you would like to support the content financially, there's a link in the description on YouTube, estimation Discord for the link in the Twitch chat. How it works is it's sort of like a Twitch sub, where you do a monthly donation, except it can be for any amount of money, even as little as $1. And how it works is, for example, if you would subscribe at the $1 level right now, you would donate $1 to me right now, and then you'll be donating $1 a month on the 1st of every month from then onwards until you cancel your subscription. And you can cancel it at any time. Anyone that becomes a patron also gets invited to my private Valheim server that I pay for that runs 24/7, and you get to play on there whenever you want with the rest of the community. And you also get invited to play Valheim with me live on stream when we do server streams. There's a link in the description on YouTube, like I said, or it's exclamation Patreon in the Twitch chat. The second best way you can support the content financially is actually just by doing donations. There's a link in the description to that as well, or it's exclamation donate in the Twitch chat. Those are just one-off contributions, so it doesn't provide a regular monthly income. But if you do want to do a one-off contribution, that is the best way to do it, because PayPal only takes like 3%, so it makes your money go further. And then the third best way you can support the content financially is all over on YouTube. Because I am now a YouTube partner, I'm actually going to bring up the YouTube chat again in a separate window. Like, I can still see chat in this window, but I have it on separate on this one. But it crashed on me, so I'll just open that whilst I talk. But basically, excuse me, because I'm a YouTube partner, first of all, you can now do super chats, which are like donations in the chat, sort of like bits, and I will read your super chats out aloud on stream, as long as you're not trolling me too hard with that. But yeah, and then also you can support the content on YouTube by also becoming a YouTube member. And YouTube memberships sort of work like Twitch subs, where you're doing monthly donations. You become a YouTube member by clicking the join button below the stream on YouTube. In return, you get sub badges and emotes, just like on Twitch. But unlike Twitch, it's way cheaper. Like, you can have custom values for your different tiers. So there's actually a $1.99 tier and a $4.99 tier on YouTube. So you can actually do it cheaper than a Twitch sub. And also, starting this month, I'm going to be posting one exclusive video each month that only YouTube members will be able to see. And those videos are going to be behind the scenes videos. So they'll either be vlogs of me doing something IRL, or it'll be me showing you how I made a certain video, kind of like the making of type videos, or it might be me showing me learning a speed run or playing some game casually like we were talking about earlier, sharing some of those experiences with you guys. Basically just anything that doesn't work good in the YouTube algorithm for me, but like we could still content people want to see. I can do those videos once per month just for YouTube members. The first one will be coming this month, I promise. I know people have been asking about it. It will be coming very soon, but it'll be out this month. And it's going to be a vlog of me going to get proper English fish and chips. And I'll be eating fish and chips for the memes, because chat thought it would be funny to ask for watching me eating fish and chips to be the first members only video. That'll be out soon. And it doesn't matter which tier you become a member at, whether it's the $1.99 or $4.99 tier, by the way. You get access to the same rewards. Also, don't forget to join the Discord. It's the #1 best way to make sure you don't miss any live streams or videos. And yeah, I think that's everything. Don't forget to follow me on Twitch. I'm not ending the stream, by the way. People always think I'm ending the stream when I'm going to get coffee. I'm just going to grab coffee. But there's links in the description to everything I just said. So if you're interested in any of that, there's links in the description on YouTube. And there's commands for it all on Twitch. Basically, subscribe to the YouTube channel, follow me on Twitch, all that good stuff. Hit the like button, bro. Okay, I'm just going to make a cup of coffee and go to the bathroom. And then I'm going to be doing more speedruns. I'm going to be streaming for several more hours today, guys. All right, so this isn't the end of the stream. I will be right back. All right. See you in a second. Okay, I'm back. New run, let's go. Thanks, Janzawal. All right, let's go. Split. Split bomb, bro. Alright, we actually got lucky there because he was gonna spawn inside the rock, so. Just lucky that he didn't spawn on top of it. Or. If there's a 2-star boar, you have to stop the run and pet it, then continue. True. Them's the rules, I guess. What, dude? Oh my god, this is Whoever's responsible at Iron Gate needs firing for this, honestly, don't they? Nice meme. Alright, new run, let's go.
Sploosh.
Yeah, me too. It was a bad run anyway, right? Let's go with that. Pretty close to there, actually. That's good. Okay. It's good that we see a Black Forest, but... Okay. Yeah, it was looking quite small, but actually now it looks alright. It looks good, actually. Alright, nice silly burial chamber, that's good. Unlucky. That was a good room, just... No spawn there. We're gonna get an Elder Rune here to make up for it. Nope. We've already had 2 good runs that were almost successful runs today, so that's really good. Okay. That's a little far, but we probably play this out for a sub 90 still. Because we can easily get good RNG later on that makes up for this. We never did place a portal down, so I want to do that right now. Thanks a lot for watching the stream today, you guys. I do really appreciate it. Anyone taking the time out of the day to check out a small content creator like me? No one's ever heard of? Does mean a lot. I appreciate that, Aki. I'm 31. I'm gonna try and eat a little bit whilst we're in this boat. To make sure I don't hit a rock whilst I'm eating. Yeah, we're trying to be fast. So basically the objective of this speedrun is basically you can bring in any character you want with any skills or weapons or anything you want, or anything, any items or anything. But you've got to play on a random seed, and you've got to find and kill all the bosses as fast as possible. My time is actually 38 minutes. It's that's the current second best time in the world. World record is like just sub 37. But that's all pre Hearth and Home. There's no world record or anything for, or PBs or anything for post Hearth and Home yet. Probably gonna do that soon. Because it's pretty clear by this point we need separate leaderboards. It's just slower and harder after Hearth and Home. Still possible to get a time like that, but it's just a lot more difficult, that's all. But yeah, I currently have I think 4 different world records in this game currently, and then about a dozen previous world records, and then like a couple of unofficial world records there's not leaderboards for. I have the second most amount of world records out of any runner currently as well. But like I said, we're probably getting new leaderboards for Hearth and Home, so like there isn't really record or anything yet. This will probably be it, like whatever run time I manage to get will be world record for a while. The speedrunning on Valheim, do you play on a certain seed? No, this is post Hearth and Home. This is Hearth and Home. Pre Hearth and Home is the time that I have 38 minutes on all those records and everything. So like basically how it works in speedrunning, there's actually a link in the description to the speedrun page for Valheim.com, speedrun.com/Valheim if you want all the information about all the different rules and the different categories. But basically how it works is you have multiple categories, and then those categories have different rule sets. So you can play on a set seed for a speed run where you type the seed in yourself, but that is a set seed run. I'm also second place in that category, I believe, as well. for New Game Plus at least. Yeah, so like on a set seed run, you can type whatever seed you want in to the box for the seed. You don't have to play on the seed of everybody else, but obviously what happens is like people, you know, people do end up running the same seed because it's just faster. So like if a new seed gets discovered, someone might set a new set seed world record and then you just use the same seed they use and learn that seed. But set seed is a little bit boring, in my, like, to me personally. Some people love it, and I get it. I get why. And I have ran set seed a ton of times because it is a useful run to do. But like, I'm not that interested in playing the same seed over and over again. So I don't really grind it super hard, but I'm still second place though. Whereas like Archie, who has first place, loves set seed. He's grind. He grinded a lot of the set seeds all the time. But I'm not interested in making Valheim all about lines. Like, I'd rather play a really good single player game that's the same every time. If that's what we're going to do, that makes sense. I usually run random seed because I think it's really fun. Pretty much perfect elder, yeah. We got a swamp early, so hopefully it has what we're looking for. Okay, hopefully there's more swamp in this direction. I've almost finished my food. Okay, done. Does look like there's maybe some swamp over here. Yeah, there we go. No. Basically, the lower speed setting that you have the boat on, the sharper that you turn. But it's the fastest speed if it's blowing from behind. And you have it on the max speed setting. Yeah, it's probably just like with the wind, it's probably just not perfect for you when you have it like that. That's probably why. So much fog. If you have no wind as well, it is actually fastest to be on the slower setting because that is how you paddle. So that is also potentially what you're talking about. The first speed setting is actually just you paddling. So if the wind is blowing against you, it's faster. Okay, dude. I see 2 crypts. Okay. As long as you're having fun, that's the main thing, right? With video games. Okay, let's see another crypt. Two more crypts. Three more. Perfect. Cool. We head west. East, I mean. Not west. It's always the most fun to have the most to learn about games, usually. The learning process of games is what's the most fun thing to me. Like, that's one of the reasons I actually like speedrunning, because it's like, once you've learned everything you need to know to actually play a game like normally, it's just another way to still have tons of ways to improve and learn, you know? What's up, Callie's Toast? Thanks for stopping by the stream. Hope you're doing good. I'm great, thanks. Yeah, practice always makes perfect for most things in life. As long as, you know, you're learning where you go wrong, you're willing to admit when you make mistakes and where you can improve. As long as you're honest with yourself. Just a matter of time until you start getting good. But as long as you're having fun, ultimately, nothing else matters. It's just a game, right? That's good, no name. That's lucky. If we do get a good planes at this point, it's at least worth putting a portal down for. Might be worth quickly looking here. don't think this is worth leaving a portal on, to be honest. Recently started playing this game, went to the swamp for the first time today and died to one sword Droker twice. Do any tips for beginners on how to survive in the swamp? Yeah, focus on making a lot of fermenters and brew as many meads as you can for stamina, health, and poison resistance. And then I recommend, if you haven't moved on to iron items yet, if you're just in a swamp, I recommend making the bone tower shield. It is actually capable of blocking against most of the enemies in the swamp. And maybe even making a mace as well, because blobs are weak to blunt. So it can help you get rid of those quickly before they poison you. And I'd probably also like try and get turnips planted as soon as possible when you get in the swamp. Like, you'll start to find turnip seeds in the swamp. Because you'll want to level up your cauldron as soon as you can, which you're going to need a spice rack for. And then you'll be able to start making sausages then, which will increase your health quite a lot. And you can do all of that relatively quickly when you get access to the swamp. You're very welcome. Thanks for checking out the content, dude. This is going to be a huge swamp. So it's the plains here. Could go there potentially after this. Alright, we're close. It's one mini-map zoom away. No, don't. Oh my god. Not the worst spawn it could have been. But that's really bad RNG that he just spawned inside the skull. Okay, dude. Yeah, dude, maybe actually head back this way. Actually keep my armor on for a few seconds at least whilst I get another health tick. There's quite a lot of mobs around. All right. They got pretty dicey then. From me saying about depending on like the RNG, like not bringing a poison resistance now, it can get pretty dicey. It was pretty dicey. There's more mobs around and stuff. Could have died there. So to anyone in the chat that's been watching my speedrun since before Hearth and Home, what do you guys think about watching the speedruns post Hearth and Home? Is it more exciting that it's more dangerous and stuff? And we are actually dying more and stuff? I mean, in terms of like, people think the speedruns are more fun to watch or not after the changes. Well, the biggest change is the food. Like, now you have to pick between food that gives you a lot of stamina or food that gives you a lot of health. Where it used to just be like basically the best food just gave you a lot of both. But for a speed run, like obviously it's faster to have more stamina. So it means we're running around with like less than 100 HP the whole time. Whereas before you could have like freaking 250 HP. and all the weapons have been rebalanced as well. And the whole way that fire effects work has completely changed, which essentially completely buffs the final boss. So tons of things have changed. But it essentially means when it comes to speedruns, it's just harder, you know? Game's just harder in general. And like when it comes to playing normally, it's not that, it is, you know, like a lot different than it used to be, but there's ways around it. There's strategies and stuff. You can just play a bit slower, a bit more careful, and it still not be like crazy hard compared to how it used to be. But obviously, like the whole thing with the speedrun just being faster is like the fast strats just make it dangerous now, because you always have low HP, which is fine. Still not the hardest thing ever. Well, that's what I'm just asking, you know, people that have watched a lot of my speedruns. We can maybe go this way, actually. If you want to know, though, like all the changes with the game, like all of the big changes with the game, I did make a video about that. Try and get a link for you in the chat. There you go. That's a link. There's a lot of small changes that is not included in that video, but that is like the main things that have changed. It needs to be harder, but it's still fun to watch. Nice one, brother. Appreciate that. Feelings to the worst. True. We really need to see a nice big mountain or plains or something soon. Yeah, I mean, tasty meat is really the key to having stamina when you need it. because you can use it when your stamina potion's on cooldown. Yeah, I actually never made Tasty Mead either on my first casual playthrough, and I realized, like, when I started speedrunning that it's actually clutch. Only poison health pots, so yeah. We're being hunted in the middle of the ocean. Nice. Yeah, you want all the meads really. Like, you want stamina, tasty mead, stamina mead, and health mead are like your bread and butter in this game, basically. Well, this is a scuffed run. But it's not finding anything useful. And serpents show up. That would be hilarious. I guess we go to that tiny mountain. I didn't drink any coffee, I forgot. It's basically cold now. How can you miss to take like 30 seconds to show? It won't be 30 seconds, first of all. But it'll probably be because it takes like 10 seconds. I am live at chat. What? It won't take 30 seconds. There's just a delay because of YouTube. There is less chat delay on Twitch. But your messages actually show up in the chat pretty much instantly. It's just then you gotta wait for you to see the stream in the player, you know. Why does that matter though? Sometimes if you refresh the stream, you might get slightly less delay. But what's happening is it'll take a certain amount of time for YouTube to encode and decode it. And you're reacting that amount of time to what I do after I do it. And then it'll take YouTube a certain amount of time to get the stream to you, basically. But if you care about chat delay, you should watch on Twitch. There's less chat delay there. Well, basically, the reason why the reason for that, the reason why, so for starters, like it's not, nowhere does it instantly. It always takes a certain amount of time. It's just on Twitch, it's like a few seconds, basically, like less than 10 seconds. You know, if you're lucky, it can be like 4 seconds, basically. Depending on the server and the stuff. But the reason why YouTube's player is slightly more delayed is because it's better. Because Twitch's player is actually quite demanding. It requires more bandwidth to actually watch on. Which is why it's like looks slightly better and there's less delay. But YouTube's player actually just works like 100% of the time and works on basically every device. Whereas like Twitch's player just breaks all the time, basically. It's just less reliable. So it's just like the two companies have a different approach. Like YouTube wants to be able to serve people content no matter what. Twitch apparently doesn't care about that, but it does. It is like less delay and better video quality for the actual live stream. For the VODs though, YouTube is actually better, so it's interesting. But if you want to be able to chat instantly, let's go to Twitch. I stream on Twitch and YouTube at the same time. Is there an efficient way to slay the Elder? Yeah. The safest way is probably just to make a lot of fire arrows and hide behind the different pillars and stuff. In fact, like, I made a video that is from before Hearth and Home that has tips for like how to kill the Elder, essentially for like beginners. And to be honest, That video still probably holds up pretty good for tips. Let me try and find you a link. Well, basically, I would say to make a lot of fire arrows and hide behind the pillars, because he can't destroy those pillars, like where he spawns, and make as many potions and stuff as you can. That should be a link to the right video. Like an older video, but it like those tips honestly still hold up pretty good. Alright, this is a reset, chat.
Sploosh.
New run, let's go. One of the absolute best tips I can give anyone fighting the Elder for the first time that sometimes people miss is you don't actually have to like run around and stuff. Like his attacks can't destroy the pillars where he spawns. And they can destroy like trees and rocks and stuff. So you can actually kind of chill a little bit behind the pillars. Just recover health, stamina. If you have to move to a different pillar, move to a different pillar. I think I explained it all in that video anyways. It's the easiest way to do it. There are faster ways. Well, they're a bit harder. Yeah. Exactly, big, not big. That's exactly what I did as well. I mean, it's still a good strat when you fight the Elder. Like when you're doing like a normal playthrough. Still works. Something that I think like a lot of more casual players maybe miss sometimes with the Elder as well is that because the dodge roll basically makes you pretty much invincible for a second or two, you can actually just dodge roll his AoE stomp attack. So like it's possible to actually stand in front of him and just melee him, but yeah, it's a bit harder for sure. Safest bet is to just hide behind the pillars, I reckon. Right. I hear crows already, so that's good. What's up, Rick? Thanks for stopping by the stream. I hope you're doing good, dude. Okay, good. Yeah, placing campfires everywhere is not that good anymore. Because you can just destroy it anyway. Like, using campfires to add an additional fire tick is a really meta strat that even some speedrunners even recommend in some scenarios. But, and like, yeah, there's a couple of times where it's the meta thing to do on a new game fresh character run. But the thing is, it doesn't do anything different to setting them on fire with the fire arrows. You know? I mean, it works slightly different now. Now fire damage will sort of add up the more consistent kind of DPS you're doing, but certainly not worth it for any like casual player or anything. Really, all the articles that got written and everything and all the videos about using campfires to kill stuff happened before they nerfed the campfires, when they used to basically be invincible. Should end up with a sub 10-minute elder here, which is pretty good. That's a good elder. Perfect. Don't want to venture too far from the middle. I guess I'll check this little mountain over here. Doesn't look great, but we gotta play with some good RNG here at some point. If we don't find what we want, we certainly just make sure though that we start moving away from the middle. Resin, bronze, hide, wood. Keeping an eye on my food because just waiting on the blood pudding right now. What's up, Bugs? Thanks for stopping by the stream. Hope you're doing good, dude. I think I see a decent sized swamp over here. Whoa. That golem just sent that Drake absolutely flying. There's no structures here, unfortunately, but we go to that swamp, which is fine, to the north. Oh god. Definitely almost died there. Yeah, well, today we've been playing for sub 90s using sub 90 strats rather than we were playing for sub 60s and kind of ended up going for sub 90s most of the time. So that's why we're having better runs today, because using sub 90 strats, you're going to get a lot more consistent runs. So yeah, we've definitely had some better runs today. Alright, I only see one crypt right now, so... Do you think this land's come out this year? No. I think there is a chance they might release it this year. I think it's more likely not going to be out this year. I do think it, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It could be in the new year. I would say that like less than 6 months from Hearth and Home, Mistlands should be out. The only real question is, are they going to make sure they get it out sooner to avoid some of the negative vibes that people had about how long it took them to get Hearth and Home out, which I have no problem with, but like I do think that it's possible they sort of change their strat, if you know what I mean. That if they decide like, oh, we're going to do a different strategy to get content out more regularly, then yeah, I can see it coming out before the end of the year. But it's just a matter of whether that's realistic or not. Move. I know they've done some recruiting. And they maybe have hired, I think they were a 6-person team, they maybe hired 3 new people. It's still a very small team. I do think it would be quite smart for them to figure out to get content to come out, like even if it was like once every 5 months. You know what I mean? And as long as like when it came out, it was like a lot of stuff. I think like once every 5 months is like pretty realistic. I'm dead. I think I'm actually dead here. I didn't see that there was an enemy behind me that blocked me. That was almost a death. I hope they do a lot more with the trader as well. I think that would be awesome. I would love to see multiple traders, even. Like they sell different stuff, you know? Okay. Don't mind teams taking their time getting good content out, whether it's a large update or not. It just sucks that they don't have a bigger team to help those timelines. Well, I don't know. It's ultimately what they have is a very good problem, right? They're a tiny little bunch of nobody game developers that lucky enough to make a game and talented enough to make a game that became a huge success overnight, pretty much. And well, now they have these huge expectations to meet, which is a tough situation, but they can certainly afford the level of expansion they need to do. It just is going to take time. If they had a bigger team, they would be able to be more consistent with content, right? But it does take time. It's not super simple to you know, hire people in the games industry, because a lot of people out there just don't. It's a whole industry of very specialist talents. You could like be someone that was pivotal in the development of like a huge Call of Duty game or something, and essentially be pretty much useless to the Valheim team. It's the games industry is so weird in that it requires so many specific job roles that sometimes can be specific to a one freaking game or one franchise or something. That it's just hard for teams to hire, you know. And depending on where they are in the world, they might not be looking at the best talent pool, you know. It's like something that I know the developers of PUBG really suffered with is being in Korea. Like, it just isn't where the talent base of people that make amazing FPS games live, you know. It is what it is. So it makes it extremely hard. Like, it's obviously a different situation with Valheim, but that's what I'm saying. It's every game's a different situation. It's hard to put like a crack team together. We're getting very bad Swamp RNG here. They are based in Sweden, which should be a little easier because at least in Europe Like, there's a lot of different studios around Europe that people are probably more willing to travel into different countries in Europe than they are to move from like Europe or the US to Korea, because that's really what we're talking about. Like, that's essentially what's going to have to happen in a country like Sweden. You know, we'll have to have, like, I'm sure they could try hard to find like Swedish talent and it will exist, but they want, you know, presumably they want fairly rapid expansion, so they're going to want a biggest talent pool they can get. I dare say COVID really impacts how they can expand as well, because it would be a huge problem to not be able to do a lot of this stuff in person. At least we're still finding scripts. Oh. Yeah, we're looking for bone mass. I mean, getting to the point I'm kind of tempted to just run around this swamp. There's a structure here. Let's go check that. You know what happens to a lot of people, like I used to like make games a little bit. I did it for a few years, and like what happens to people in the industry, guys, is like, oh hell yeah, here we go. Oh, he's nice and close as well. What can happen is, like, what I'm talking about, why it's like so hard to hire, like people's roles can get so specific, right, that they literally manage to get their big break. Let's say like you're just some kid in college. Like I've actually known people where this has been the exact case. All right, let's say they are whatever, what they want to work in the games industry, whatever the role is. So whether it's concept art or code or design, whatever, right? And like they can go from being like nobody, right? But you have an awesome portfolio and you do some like projects with your friends and stuff like that, and you get a degree in some relevant subject, and they can get hired right out of university by a major company. Just you name it, like just whatever, like some huge company. It's rare, but it happens, and maybe they even have some kind of like placement program or something for people starting out. Maybe you get super lucky and you get in something like that, right? This happens. I've known people that worked in the industry that this exactly happened for, right? And then what happens is you get a job at that company and you gain experience. You work on maybe like one game, maybe two, because we're talking about AAA here is what I'm talking about. So it's stuff that can take so long to make that you're not going to work on that many games with unless you work somewhere for decades. And then you try and move on and work at a different company, and people just end up getting another job in the same company because they realize that the only thing they know how to make is using the tools that are very specific to that one company. You know what I mean? And like to some other company, the way they make their games, the skill set that person has, completely useless. Like, that's how crazy it can get. Yeah, I've still not watched that. I know about that. I have to say, it doesn't really fill me with confidence, things I hear that they said in that video. But yeah, like... whatever. They'll learn. They'll learn. Okay. Alright, well that took ages. But we're still looking pretty good for a sub 90. Our position on the map, our boss arrangement and everything is still good. I'm stuck. Yeah, the fight itself was fast. Just took ages to find Bowmass. But he was in the swamp the whole time. It feels good to be able to do a longer stream again. It's been a while. Resin, hide, bronze, wood. Okay, this is a really good sign. Hopefully this is amazing RNG if there's a rune on this. Make up for a lot. And there isn't. That's annoying. Best thing that could happen right here is that we just see a giant mountain in front of us. Okay. Well, we don't want to go too far north, really. Our best time before Hearth and Home is the current second best time ever in this category, which is 38 minutes and 1 second. But there is no best time after Hearth and Home. No one's done any runs after Hearth and Home. I'm the only one grinding it, to my knowledge. So there isn't technically any PBs or world records yet for Hearth and Home, because most likely we're going to be getting new leaderboards for the update. It does make the runs a bit faster. Sorry, a bit harder, a bit slower. Right, we've got a Yag rune. That's really good. Okay, he's pretty close as well. So far, so good. But yeah, like, any like sub 90-minute new game plus time is really good. But yeah, all the current times and everything on speedrun.com and PBs and everything, it's all just pre-Hearth and Home stuff. Well, it's more about the thing is, right? It depends on the category. So, New Game Plus right now, which is what I usually run. The reason why it's so different is because of the food changes. So now with the food, you have to choose between having a lot of stamina and not a lot of food, or not a lot of health, or having a lot of health and not a lot of stamina. But the thing is, when it comes to a speedrun, that isn't a choice. Like, it's just faster to have high stamina. So you're essentially forced to play with less than 100 HP, which makes the game a lot harder for the speedrun. Also, your gluth has had a huge buff. The way fire damage works is completely different. The damage, the DPS it does increases the longer you stand in it, which has basically greatly increased the sort of length and the challenge of your gluth boss fight. And so all of this, basically, what it really means is, it's just the runs are harder in general, which means that people are getting more, you're going to do less successful runs because it's harder, and therefore less likely to get a good time, because the game is not the same every time, right? You have to reset all the time to get the best RNG, so it just makes it much less likely. It's not that it's not possible to do a run that's as fast or faster than than before Hearth and Home. It's still possible, it's just going to be a lot less likely, which basically demands us to create a separate leaderboard, right, as moderators. It makes sense. And then when it comes to doing like new game fresh character categories, of which there are many, because of the same thing, the difference is that really, you like on those categories, you are probably going to also, you're probably going to want health, right? Because health is the bigger problem in that category. So that means that you're guaranteed to be slower. You know what I'm saying? So this is why, basically. There's a lot of other changes too. Like, everything has been rebalanced, but those are the main reason. I mean, in general, on these runs, you want to pace the distance you travel from the middle so that you are gradually moving further from the middle, and you want to be a relatively straight line, but you don't really want to travel this further away from the middle, like much further away from the middle than this. Because what you want to avoid is when you start getting mistland spawns, because it makes it harder to search for other biomes, because the mistlands obviously just take up space and are not useful yet, right? So I'm depending on what boss I'm looking for, I'm trying to just move away. I'm just going to go here actually from the I'm trying to move away from the middle. But yeah, there's lots of sort of things that I like to call like Valheim science that's involved that I don't talk about all the time, because I have spoken about it a lot. But like, it totally depends on what it is you're looking for. When I'm looking for a mountain, I'm not necessarily heading towards land. I'm trying to just head towards open ocean with the hope of seeing a mountain on the horizon to go towards. If I'm looking for a swamp, for example, like if I'm doing the same thing until I see swamp trees and stuff, and then the difference is though, if I find a swamp and it's not a good swamp, I might actually sort of head in the complete opposite direction from that swamp shore, because oftentimes you get swamps facing each other. So it's all just like, a lot of the time there is rhyme or reason to it, and it's just based on the knowledge of how the world generation works. Sometimes there isn't rhyme or reason. It kind of depends. Oh, I'm dead. Fuck! No! Oh!
Sploosh.
two Desquitos spawned right next to each other again, and I didn't see it until way too late. This is gonna be like how every reset ends up being now, isn't it? Because we're running around with not enough HP to fight Desquitos because it's faster. Ugh.
For adventure!
That's a reset. We can't have to do early boat travel. This. Hell? Just clicked the wrong thing. We don't start with wood anymore. So to get potions, you need to build a fermenter that you get with bronze.
Sploosh.
So you need to get bronze and resin and fine wood for that. Oh, you're asking about... Yeah, it's New Game Plus.
For adventure!
Yeah, there is. Yeah. Just like every randomly generated video game, there's tons of like reset points and RNG factors and speedrunning this game. My split button is screwed. Undo split. It split twice that time. It wouldn't split at all before. Jesus. Oh, I hear crows and I see crows. So we go there. There we go. Burial chamber. Nice. Okay, cool. We've definitely been getting better Elder RNG lately. So that's good. It basically ends up being on the same island. That's really good RNG. Well, it's not the same island, but it's very close. I'm going this way because it'll be faster. 'Cause we're going against the wind and it's not worth wasting our motor ability. Or well, I guess we use this because it's way further away now. Thanks for watching the stream today, everyone. I really appreciate it. I'm hitting the boat to get it so it's just 1 or 2 hits away from breaking, so that when we get to the shore, we can just instantly break it and take the mats instead of getting to the shore and then waiting to destroy it to get the mats. So it just saves time. Could be getting another sub 2-minute elder, 10-minute elder, sub 10-minute elder, sorry. So that's good. Good start. Resin, hide, wood, nails. Alright, Gucci, I'm zooming in on the minimap so I can be more accurate where I'm going. My best time for this category is 38 minutes. But there is no record set yet for post Hearth and Home. So I'm just trying to get my first Hearth and Home run to be as good as we can get it. Right now I'm aiming for sub 90-minute runs. Because it is just a harder run now. So we were going for sub 60s as our first, but this is most likely going to end up being its own category with its own leaderboard, which will be most likely slower for a while. Just because it's harder. So people will get less runs in. And you have to do a lot of runs because it's very RNG. Alright, we got an early swamp. Hopefully it's nearly swamped with a crypt, because usually it is not when you get nearly swamped, but it can be. So remember we were talking about like sailing and whether the direction's random. We're trying to go in kind of like a straight line from this shore, because that's a pretty good technique. If you're in a swamp and you want to find another swamp, it seems to be a good technique. There we go, look. Because oftentimes swamps are interrupted by the ocean. Actually, potentially looks like it might be even bigger over there. Kind of hard to tell at this point. Yeah, it does. Still might not be a very good swamp though. The smallest swamp ever can technically, well, not literally the smallest swamp ever, but like pretty small, seemingly useless swamps can, if you get lucky, have a crypt which has the bone mass in. Like, it can happen. I mean, we've literally seen a tiny island with bone mass on it before, right? It is annoying. So certain seeds, I will say, like, it's possible that you get a really unlucky seed, because sometimes certain seeds are just, all the swamps are just tiny or just scuffed in some way. Whenever that happens, I would just recommend to just get as far away from that part of the map as possible. Just trying to explore the complete opposite side of the map, because sometimes you can end up with like a huge patch of your seed where all that biomes are scuffed. But if you're even more unlucky than that, every biome might be scuffed. Like, it's just usually, if the biomes are completely scuffed, if you keep exploring and if you go completely in the opposite direction, like, you might eventually find biomes that aren't scuffed, but it's possible they're all scuffed. Like, if you just sit on the seed generator website, right, and just look at seeds, sometimes you just see seeds where, like, it's all so fragmented, every island's small, everything's all kind of chopped up by water and stuff. It's just like, it can be a nightmare to play on those seeds. Okay, structure. That's a really good sign to see a structure that quick. I'm stuck. Of course. Yeah, like, I will say that is a good idea, Despot. But something I will say on that topic of, like, how scuffed seeds can be is, like, for the longest time when Minecraft was new, like, things like that used to be possible. Like, you used to just get certain seeds that are so broken. And just over time, they just, you know, improve the generation of the world and improve the generation of the world. We might have a rune here. Yeah, we do. I might die though. Oh, we're good. Oh my god, it's chaos, dude. Super far north. That's really bad RNG, but we're gonna play it out though. Still could be a sub 90 potentially, and we're still early in the run. Yeah, eventually they just greatly improved the seeds in Minecraft to the point where most of the problems that seeds had when the game was new aren't a thing anymore. But you know, even to this day, seeds in Minecraft can be completely broken. But yeah, like, That's one thing I will say, like, from playing like that game basically from release for so long, like, I think hopefully like with Valheim, they also just continue to improve the world generation, because I agree, like, the way that it is right now, like, it could definitely be a little bit less RNG with how it's generated, a little bit more deliberate. It's actually not a bad pace. If we find bosses on the way, this is not a bad pace. That's the lucky bugs. I'm currently waiting on a refund into my PayPal account. And it's just taking ages to show up. Thanks a lot for the follow on Twitch, Funerella. I appreciate that. Thanks, Dom. I appreciate that. Hope you have a good time playing Valheim. But since I'll add in the multiplayer patch in Valheim, I think there'll be a lot of optimization. I don't know what else, to be honest. I would expect a lot of netcode improvement and optimization for that. Oh no, that mountain is scuffed. Oh. Is it worth checking? Usually when it's a big spike like that, buildings can't even spawn. Probably is worth checking though. Like, if we just get lucky enough for buildings to still spawn on it, it'll be worth it. Because we need to find modder. No, it's not new strats. These are sub 90-minute strats. So they're basically, you do a load of stuff just to make your runs more consistent. You don't quite need as crazy RNG to get sub 90, so it's just about consistency. Could be worth checking out. That planes later. Oh, awesome. I'm glad you've been enjoying the shorts, Joe. Yeah, I will just... My plan with shorts, I essentially am going to just be focusing on the stream and on like full-length YouTube videos, but every once in a while, I will just spend like a week just making like several shorts in a row like I did last week or whatever it was within the last week. I'll just hammer out a load of them. I do like making shorts. It's fun to have a short form format that's like just eat where I can make like a really good one, you know, very easily. In just like a few hours, you know what I mean? Something cool about that. Nighttime mountain again. Oh no, dude. What? Why is there a dead Skeeto there? Get the hell away from there. Not having stamina and dealing with dead Skeetos on a mountain is like... kind of a combination of all of the worst parts of the game right now. Right, we got a structure and it looks like it might be a good structure. We really, really want this to have the modder rune in it because it's extremely unlikely we get another good structure on this mountain. Oh, it does, thank God for that. Whew. Calculated. Oh shit, she's close as well. Oh, yeah, so she's maybe connected to here. Alright, this is looking like a good wrong. All of a sudden. Things are looking up. We don't like, she isn't going to be on the tippy top. We don't want to climb that height if we don't have to. It's extremely bad. So steep. It's going to waste so much stamina. Oh god. Gotta remember to come back for our boat mats. I'm good, thanks, Aki. Alright. I'm gonna use one of these. Alright, so far so good. Fuck. Don't make me climb this mountain to get eggs. The game is going to make me climb this mountain, isn't it? It's bow skill 100. That's why. That's what it does. Yeah, it did use to draw a lot faster for Hearth and Home. Please just be an egg here. Oh my god, we're getting so unlucky here, chat. We really need an egg. Show me where the eggs are. How do I get that bar next to your food that has the fork under it? This is a glitchless run, but there are categories that allow glitches, yeah. Not in this run though. I won't be doing anything that's considered a glitch in this run. How do I get that bar next to your food that has the fork under it? Are you asking how do we get the food bar? Or how do I get the health bar? If you eat food, then the food shows up inside the food bar on the left, and that's what has the fork under it. The health bar just gets bigger the more you eat food. I have no optional bar or anything. This is just vanilla. So if there really is something you don't see, you'll have to make sure that you've updated your game. You use console commands to set your character up with all the skills, but you can't use console commands during the run itself, so you got to do it outside of it to set your character up. As long as it's not, you're allowed to do console commands as long as you don't do it during the actual run to set up your character, because there is no difference. In the only thing that would change if you actually made it so people had to skill up manually, it would just make it so that people could do less speedruns, that's all. So that's why you're allowed to use commands to set up your character. It just makes it more fair this way, because some people obviously don't necessarily have the time to skill up everybody's skills. He blocked my arrow to one of the wolves. Jesus, that was sabotage. I'm dead. Oh my god. We need to be careful here. What have we done here? We done two, so this should be. Oh, we don't have the wood on us, do we? We need to go collect our mats. We got GG though. The max fall damage that you can take is 100 in this game, guys. So before Hearth and Home, as long as you had food that gave you, over 100 HP, at times like this, like, you could just jump and save so much time to leap off the mountain. But obviously, we also had a lot of stamina, but now stamina food gives you so little HP. We've got to be so careful. So maybe it's worth taking this 5% reduction in movement speed whilst we're going through the plains. If carrying the bow. He doesn't really, like, for example, on the pre-Hearth and Home, like, leaderboards, right, that we keep talking about, like, Archie's run is like 1 minute and a few seconds faster than mine. And, like, he actually had a piece of armor on the whole time and he didn't realize, and he wasn't on level 100 run skill and he didn't realize. Like, the moment to moment speed is not necessarily, doesn't have to be absolute max to get world record. It does matter because it does add up, but there's so much RNG that knowing when to reset, playing your seed well, can be, and just being consistent, basically. You know, those can be a lot more important. Because the thing is, if you're not very consistent with how you play, you might mess up on a seed that is the best seed ever. You know what I mean? That's why so many runners, like the best times they get are like when they were kind of chilling. All right. We're looking good here. We're on track again. Let's see if I manage to mess this one up too. But we are right now completely on track for our first post Hearth and Home sub 90. Thanks for joining the Discord, Thomas. I don't know if you're watching the stream, Thomas, but did you send me your Discord? Like, sorry. No, what am I talking about? I need to check my Patreon, one sec. I'll give you that role. I can see you've joined the Discord now. I just gave you the Discord role, Thomas, so you can access the server part of the Discord. If he isn't in the chat, can someone that is in the chat, that is in the Discord, just reply to him in the Discord or something, saying, letting him know that I've given him access to the server only part of the Discord, the patron thing. Yo, what's up, dude? There you are. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. I just gave you the role so you can post in the server section of the Discord, dude. So you can socialize and organize people to play with. Whoa. It launched us out of the boat. That's pretty funny. Don't know if that's ever happened before on a speedrun. Uh-oh. Starting to get missed fans. No serpents are still in the game. I will say though, like on my first casual playthrough after Hearth and Home, is all up on YouTube by the way. It took me so long before I ever found a serpent. So I think something has changed about just the world generation in general. But serpents are definitely still in the game. There's still plenty of them for sure. It's just, yeah, for whatever reason. It took me personally a bit longer to find one than usual. The Mistlands do look sick. I love the way they look, to be honest. Maybe a tad dark. But yeah, they look awesome. It is going to be so cool to see like the full Mistlands patch. I'm really excited for that. That's funny. Big, not big. Maybe they are afraid of big boats now. It does feel like every time you set sail on a raft, you meet a serpent. It's just classic. Classics. Let's get in Valheim right there. What the fuck was that? Right, there we go. Messed up a little bit. I'll be super happy if we get our first successful Hearth and Home run down today. Be awesome, dude. That's hilarious, Saki. Yeah, the first time you encounter a serpent is so good. Yeah, they are so slow and so fragile. It's the worst thing ever when a serpent comes. Right, we're probably going to be going back to that plains we were at earlier, where I left the portal near the mountain. So we're so far away here, it's going to be extremely hard to find your glove. And hopefully it leaves us with like 30 minutes to find and kill your glove. And we get it done a lot faster than that. That would be ideal. Uh-oh. We got the same kind of annoying spawn again, but... it's all good. So I'm kind of in this scenario where he spawns like this. I'm trying to go around him because he won't aggro for a melee if you keep making him turn around. All right, looking good, chat. Right. We've obviously been in this bit, but... wait, actually, maybe we can go this way. Yeah, I think I'm keeping my bow out. Most of the time when I'm here. Oh my god. I'm glad I decided that's what I'm doing, chat, because that would have been a reset right there. You see, there is land over there, obviously, because there's a mountain. We could just see, because like this isn't the best plains. Oh god, the wind just changed. Okay. Yeah, we've got planes there. I can't even see because of the fucking sail. Resin, hide, wood. And yeah, of course it didn't get the nails. It's just gonna stand there in a fucking... Right. I'm dead. This game's fucking shit right now. This is fucking bullshit. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I actually survived this. Fucking ridiculous though. The combination of problems here with the Desquitos and the fucking random rolling fuelings and the low HP and the nails that spawn at the bottom of the ocean. It's like all the worst things about the game right now, all at the same time. But we survived it. So we're over it now. Looks like a decent swamp, so... Not swamp, plains. Okay, we got a stone circle. That's really good. Please have Eagle Faroon on it. Please, like, stop being toxic and just give it to me. Oh. That's annoying. The RNG of finding Yag would honestly feel correct. That if the rune was on every stone circle, because honestly they're so rare anyway. You know what I mean? It wouldn't even feel weird if they were just guaranteed to be on every one. Well, there's always the chance there's a stone circle with the Yag rune on it, or Yag's still on this plains. It's not high, but it's possible. The other strategy would be to just move away from this plains right now. To do that quickly, we could portal somewhere. Potentially. But we could portal oily far north. Then we have the issue of like there being so many mistlands and stuff up there. Maybe we just sail here. We just got the modder ability again. Okay. I think this is the right thing to do right now. That is apparently a plains. This area doesn't look great. I'm gonna head over here, I think. Wait, hang on, is that meadows? Yeah, I think that's meadows over there. Alright, let's go this way then. Resin, wood, hide, nails. What's up, Cammy? Thanks for talking about the stream. Hope you're doing good. There is another stone circle there. Oh, well, we're doing sub 90 strats right now, so we do a bunch of stuff to be more consistent rather than just constantly reset for better RNG. One of the things you do is you bring the smaller ship because the mats are lighter, so it allows me to bring more portal mats. Basically, I was started out playing for sub 60s and seemed like very hard to get and inconsistent on Hearth and Home. So now I'm changing to do sub 90s for the time being. Seeing how that goes. And we have come very close to getting a successful sub 90. And it's still relatively tricky. But honestly, what might happen is once I have this run down, and let's say I'm doing sub 90s, if I then end up creating the new leaderboards and talking to the other moderators, it's possible some runners will only start running once they have someone to beat, which is fucking lame, frankly. But it's possible that that is what will happen. And so it's, you know, if once we get on the leaderboard, it's possible like some other runners just have a different view on it, have a different approach. play it the exact same way they used to play it, perhaps, and then at least we'll start to get an idea then more of like what times. I mean, I'm usually pretty accurate in my predictions of like what good and bad times are going to be, what's possible, but you know, it's still better to have the input of lots of people running it. Because the point in what I'm saying is, I'm getting the impression that basically we're probably going to start to see less sub 60 runs. And it seems to me that it's definitely possible to still get a faster time than the world record on the previous major patch. But like, it's just going to be way harder. And how hard it, you know, knowing what people are like, I don't see them grinding for a time like that. Unless they just get super lucky. How to get a confirmed run? I mean, there's got to be a category for what it is you're running. You got to be following those rules. And there's got to be a page for the game you're running on speedrun.com. And that page on speedrun.com will be where you find all of this information. And then you have to submit your run. It has to be a video that is one full video. You can't like pause recordings or anything that's unedited and stuff. That contains your complete run. And then the moderators of that speedrun page verify it. Seems like your glove's probably miles away, chat. I might do the approach of going all the way north, because now we've had like 3 stone circles on no rune. I really feel convinced that Yag's miles away. So the fastest way to get miles away is to go up here, which is not a good spot to be. But it is further away. We can perhaps... Alright, we'll have to go this way, I guess, because... the wind. Okay. True, Joe. Probably has some really important information, doesn't he? We just have to hope we can find a planes over here now. So ultimately, this run was going really good, but we just got really bad RNG in the planes. Like, it actually went really well, and the planes exploration was actually decent. It's just the rune and Yarg just isn't here. You know what I mean? So there's not much you can really do about that. That's like typically would just end up being a reset, but we do have a little bit more time before I have to reset because we're going for sub 90s. Oh, fuck. We will. I see a Mistland, so yeah, GG, I guess. Maybe we can just run through the Mistlands and hope that it leads us to another planes or something. Is that ocean or plains? Ocean. Oh, it's better than more Mistlands. You get new mob in Mistlands. True. I wonder, like, if we're actually going to end up with Hugin's brother in the game. Because it's supposed to be Hugin and Hunin in Norse mythology. One for each shoulder of Odin. Hopefully this has been like a 9 million IQ move. And we just end up in planes and your glove is like right there. We'd be fine if we find a serpent now. Halves and long ships can always outrun serpents. I guess we gotta check this island. It doesn't look like planes though. Don't tell me this is Mistlands. Yeah. Well, this looks like swamp, but maybe it leads to plains. Well, it's most likely not sub 90. Well, I'm not going to reset yet. I want to check for planes. This might just be a swamp island. I'm hoping it connects to a plains. Quite common for swamps to connect to plains. Gonna be tiny and little swamp island, isn't it? Resin, hide, wood, nails. Well, it's actually a decent swamp, but we don't need one anymore. No. Ripperonis. Oh, it is getting unlucky. I mean, this isn't that surprising, you know, because the RNG for Yag is like this bad. So it's like a very common like reset point, but on the grand scheme of things, when it comes to like successful runs, we are just getting unlucky. We need some luck essentially to get Yag at this point. But in this situation where all we need is Yag, no, you can't do runs where you're trying to do bosses in a specific order or anything. So it ends up being slower. Resin, hide, wood, nails. At least it's plains. That's the end of the plains. The tiny little plains. We could actually potentially go back on the water because we've now got our modder ability as well. It's possible if we go in this direction we'll find another plains. Thanks a lot for watching the stream, everybody. I really appreciate it. This is officially our last batch of food, which means we'll have to reset. Like, no matter what, we're not going to carry on if we're out of food. But this will be too low HP. Too low stamina. I appreciate that, Aking. Glad you're enjoying it, mate. Well, we've had like 3 runs where we almost got it done today. So, if we keep going with these longer speedrun streams, we should get this done. I'm going to try and push over the next few days to get this sub 90 off in the home run done. Just by doing longer streams, you know. We're getting very unlucky with like world generation here because this is a giant open part of the map. So was that. And then that was just unlucky that this Yag and his rune is just not around there. This actually should be plains. Yeah, it is. We basically check this biome and then reset. Oh, we're being hunted. Nice meme. Oh. The Desquito and the locks won't save me from the wolves. The hell? Oh my god, why is it foggy as well? Okay. It's not looking good. I do actually see another planes, I think, over there. Yeah, yeah. All right. All right. That's a
Sploosh.
reset anyway. But I want to explore a little bit to see. Oh, debug map one more time for debug mode. Um. Are you fucking kidding me? The only reason I reset is because the wind was blowing against me. And I was like, oh, fuck, I can't be arsed paddling across to this other planes over here. And Yagi's actually right here. Well. Okay, game. This pretty much summarizes how much the game's been trolling us today. But it wasn't a good time anyway. But it would have been nice to actually get a PB down for Hearth and Home. Huh. Yeah, look at this. Actually, like, not that bad of boss arrangement either. It's just we got very unlucky here. So I literally had the right idea of doing what I was doing. I legit had it nailed in my head. It just was taking too long. Because we just got really unlucky with planes earlier. But it's pretty funny. If I had just waited and explored this planes, we probably would have actually got a successful run in. But it's okay because it would have been a slow time anyway. Well, I think we've definitely successfully proven that we have the consistent strats here, because most of our runs today were like almost successful runs, and that so I'm gonna stick to these strats for the next few days. We'll definitely be able to get our first successful Hearth and Home run down. We just stick to these strats, however long it takes, but it'll definitely happen because we literally almost did it several times today, so we're getting so close. But yeah, I'm going to wrap it up there. We're kind of out of time to get another run in before the end of the stream, so I'm just going to wrap up now. So I hope you enjoyed today's stream. Thanks a lot for watching, everybody. Leave a like and a nice positive comment if you're watching on YouTube. It really helps. Make sure you follow the Twitch channel as well and subscribe to the YouTube channel if you're watching on Twitch. Before I go, I'm going to explain all the ways that you can support the content financially, because it is your guys' financial support that keeps the content alive. That's how I'm able to keep doing this. The number one best way you can support the content is on Patreon at patreon.com/NickRawcliffe. There's a link in the description on YouTube where it's exclamation Patreon in the Twitch chat. The reason it's the best is because Patreon, you pledge to do a monthly donation, so it provides me with regular monthly income, which is really hard for me to get as a small content creator. So how it works is it's sort of like a Twitch sub where it's a monthly donation, except it can be for any amount of money, even as little as $1. And if you would subscribe at the $1 level right now, you would donate $1 to me right now, and then you'll be donating $1 a month on the first of every month from then onwards until you cancel your subscription, and you can cancel it at any time. Anyone that becomes a patron also gets invited to my private Valheim server that I pay for, that runs 24/7, and you get to play on there whenever you want with the rest of the community, and you also get invited to play Valheim with me live on stream when I do server streams. Again, link in the description on YouTube. It's also the pinned message at the top of YouTube chat. And it's exclamation Patreon for the link on Twitch. I'm live on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, in case anyone didn't guess that. So there is a link to my Twitch channel in the description if you'd rather watch there. If you'd rather watch on YouTube, it's exclamation YouTube in the Twitch chat. Watch wherever you want. It's all cool with me. The second best way you can support the content financially is actually with donations. Donations are just a one-off contribution. There's a link in the description for those as well. It's exclamation donate in the chat. If you are just going to do a one-off donations, a one-off contribution, donations are the best way to do that, because PayPal only charges like a 3% transaction fee, so it makes your money go the furthest. So that's the best way to do a one-off contribution, is a donation. And then also the third best way you can support the content financially is all over on YouTube. Basically, because I'm a YouTube partner, you can do super chats during streams where I'll read your super chat message aloud. And also you can become a member by clicking the join button below the stream and videos. YouTube memberships work just the same as Twitch subs, where you're paying a certain amount each month, and in return you get emotes and sub badges, except actually it can be cheaper. So I have a $1.99 and a $4.99 membership tier, so it's actually cheaper than a Twitch sub at the lowest level. And also something that you get from being a YouTube member that you wouldn't get from being a Twitch sub is I can post member exclusive videos. So starting this month, I'll be posting one video per month that's exclusive to YouTube members. And those videos will basically be behind the scenes content. So it could be a vlog of me doing some IRL stuff. It could be me showing you how I made a certain video. It could be me showing you how I learn a certain speedrun, or sharing with you some like casual gameplay that I do when I'm relaxing off stream. The first one of those videos is coming out this month, and it's going to be a vlog of me getting proper English fish and chips, because it's a meme that chat thought it'd be funny if that was my first video, as me eating fish and chips. That's coming out soon. Yeah, don't forget to join the Discord as well. It's the #1 best way to make sure you don't miss any live streams or videos. Like I said, leave a like and a nice positive comment if you're watching on YouTube. It helps with the YouTube algorithm. And yeah, that's it. I'm going to go now, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. I hope it's been great, like having you guys in the chat and everything. I really appreciate everybody tuning in and supporting the content. Thanks for watching, guys. I really appreciate it. Yeah, this seed was absolutely trolling, but don't worry, we will get a successful run any day now. I can feel it. We got the strats. So thanks for watching, guys. Have a good one. Bye.